Hello, hello, hello.
聞こえるか、皆さん。
Hi, Gomen. I had to make dinner because brother doesn't know how to cook. And I don't want the house to burn down. So today we're going to learn how to make authentic tacos and spaghetti. Yes, that's what we're gonna do. Hi. With the hyper-realistic 3D model, we're gonna learn how to make spaghetti taco. Yes, spaghetti taco. You heard that right. Alright.
OBS はどうか。何これ。
Alakazam, Barzbazam. Here I am. Good evening! Magandang gabi sa inyong lahat. Konbanwao. My name is Anzu, and I am an apricot that delivers packages from me to you. I'm a little late, but hey, late is better than never. Hoi! So, for today, we're going to be having Zigrete Esu Atone. Hurrah! And it looks like we might be on the final part of this case. Okay. How are you guys? Time to serve some justice. Hi. We're gonna serve juice. Justice. Yeah. Okay. Continuing. Re. Bada-bim, bada-boom. 24th October, 11:53 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber.
Ah, the knight errant himself.
Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Schultz?
I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time.
Of course you were.
Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator at least.
You can't cage me. Not even Nicolas Cage will help you in YouTube. I cannot be caged in this realm. Hello, Jongjong.
Welcome to the cage-free life.
Yes. I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself. I have to ask. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What's this Professor business all about? He doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he? Ah, of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago. Germania.
Ah yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at our door? My heartfelt sympathies. Ha 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 ha.
Well, as it turns out, Lord Van Zeeks is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realized, isn't he? Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock.
And now a waxwork of the killer, who took his esteemed brother's life, makes an appearance too. I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Ripper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, so throw that in front of the men.
You make it sound deliberate. I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling.
Oh yes? In what particular manner?
Well, there's Mr. Trapper, Dr. Scythe, and Lord Van Zeeks. It seems that everybody in the trial has a link to the case somehow.
Yes, in fact I alone am not a member of the suit.
Though that leaves me as an empty set, all alone with no intersection to any other. Oh, who's these?
Sumimasen. Oh, it's the lady.
Oh, hello, Nishimiya-san. Konbanwa.
Konanzu. Oh, that sounds like a product. Konanzu. I'm Conan. Oh my god.
Hi. Oh, paparazzi. Ka-chong. Pose.
Hi, how are you? I hope you've been well, na?
So we're just continuing this trail. Looks like we're near the end.
The end of the world. Alright. You didn't mean to do that. Iyo, it's okay. I am now Conan. Either the detective child who's been 10 years old for over 10 years, or Conan the Barbarian. Choose your weapon. Or the Barbarian Detective. Ooh, that sounds nice.
What a twist. The barbarian. Hi. I should have the fursuit. The brown thingy-mabob. And weapon. Yes.
The Dr. Scythe. Dr. Courtney Sith NANI? Oh no, how do you read this? NANI Stevens? Good day to you. Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you. What in particular, I pray? You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you? Why would you assume such a thing? Because Gregson told me. Oh, Greggy, how dare you? You told on us. Tattletale. The peach crush.
Konanzu, the Peach Crusher Barbarian. So.
To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory, wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant. A policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Scythe. And I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. That certainly won't be possible. Lord Van Zeeks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Lord Strongheart? The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor's case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. But attempting to hide the truth from the truth, that's cowardice. Cowardice.
Eyes, the baby.
I've always fought crime in the way I see fit. I have no regrets, none at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you.
Kapow. She's so icy cold. I can make her I can make her hold my drink and it will be ice cold. Hi, so desu?
She mentioned it too. Pandora's box.
Pandora.
Whatever does it all mean? There's really no cause for concern. I assure you, when the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent, whether you'd like it or not.
Huh?
Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat waits. I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much here. Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, Don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone.
Oh, I play fetch.
To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter with whatever may come to pass.
Damn, this sounds grave.
Alright, I understand. Thank you. Ah, good. I shall make myself scores then. I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing on that as you gnaw away at the truth.
Oh no, do you guys say it caramel or caramel? In the Philippines, I predominantly hear caramel, but I heard it's actually caramel. But that sounds so weird.
Wusha.
Caramel.
I'll go with that.
Caramel.
What did that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass.
Hi. Caramel.
No, not caramel. Caramel.
Caramel. Caramel. Caramel. Caramel dancing. Ooh, 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 wow, wow.
You guys know that? If you do, then damn, we're old. You remember like the era with the dance, like gifs, whatever, the moving pictures and all the songs being everywhere.
Caramel dancing. Ooh, 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 wow, wow. Pa-pa-da-pa-da-da. Ooh, 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 wow, wow. Do, 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 wow, wow. Do, 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 wow, wow. Dun, 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 dun. Bum, ba, ba, da, bum, 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 ba, da, dum. Bum, ba, ba, da, bum, 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 ba, da, dum, ba, dum, ba, ba, da, dum, ba.
Oh my god, I had that as a ringtone at one point of my life. It's time for the final chapter then. I'm determined to find the truth. No matter what, you can't hide the truth from me. Whoops, wrong series. Classic brain rot. The people who made that song aren't even Japanese, right? I think they were European. Was it Dutch or something? Can't remember. 24th October, 12:40 p.m. The Old Bailey Courtroom.
Whisper, whisper.
Book. Bonk. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Ho, ho, ho.
Now it's the skibidi-dibidi. Oh yeah, it's a skibidi toilet. So they show?
It was originally a Eurovision song.
Oh, that's why.
It does give off the Eurovision vibes. Sped up and put over anime girls dancing. Wait, is that for real? It's really from Eurovision? I had no idea. Oh, okay. I sometimes watch Eurovision. I don't know, sometimes it's fascinating. Like, you can see the difference in the song style, I would say. It is so interesting. I watched the previous one, the one this year. Not gonna lie, I like the song with the lady who's kind of like a witch-looking person. I don't know. It was entertaining for me. I like the duality of it. So. But the other songs were also kind of catchy and nice too. Counsels for the defense and prosecution. Are you ready and able to continue? Ho, ho, ho. The prosecution is ready, my lord. Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready. As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the work exhibition. Ho, 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 ho. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. Ho. This trial has certainly defied all expectations. Ho, ho. As seems to be the fate? Yeah, sorry, my eyes failed me. Fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord. So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter. Lord Van Zix, my lord, are we still waiting the arrival of Madame Two Spells? Not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned. Very well. Bring in the witness. Ho, ho, ho. At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Two Spells to the stand. Things are about to become a lot more intense. If Drebber is responsible, as I'm sure he is, it means he must have had an accomplice in Dr. Scythe.
And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork.
Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present it's all we have to go on. Hooray!
Oh look, it's Sholmes.
State your name and occupation for the court, please.
My name is Madame Esmeralda Two Spells. I'm a waxwork artisan and the proprietress of the Madame Two Spells Museum of Waxwork. You will have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon.
Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are two of them in the world.
Oh my! What expression is she carving onto that face?
A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this?
Oui, that is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped.
A waxwork model? Kidnapped?
Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I have just been told outside the courtroom, I was about to say classroom, courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim.
At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odiesman.
But of course, I know him well. He is a part of my odious exhibit. I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all. Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar. Are you suggesting that we should now see the demasked visage of the professor? I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock.
This is absurd!
Pardon?
I don't know what face you've carved onto your fancy figure beneath that mask. But clearly, it won't be that of the actual killer. Indeed. The man's identity was never made public after all. Ho, ho, ho. The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. There is no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hands on that information.
Oh no, is that French? Que dommage? Quel dommage? Quail damage? Quail eggs? Oh, shiranai? I'm going to guess it's going to be read as que dommage or dommage. The French have too many silent letters. My god. It would seem you are unaware of the two spells principles. What principles? The family two spells has always prided itself on sculpting its models à la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voila, our principles. There is a well-known legend about the two spells waxworks from time of the French Revolution. A member of the two spells family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oui, that is true. It was century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved in the... My camera's blocking the word minutes following her death. Actually at the guillotine site. You are correct. The model is on display till today in the House of Horrors. We two spells will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects.
Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose. Ho, ho, ho.
Out of morbid curiosity, I wonder how accurate is it? Like, is it to every single wrinkle on the body? So is that like, do they know underneath the clothes and everything, like birthmarks and all that? That's kind of impressive if that's the case. Fine. It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family secret for generations. Do you mean to say that beneath that mask? Oui. The true visage of the killer is there. Yave.
This is ludicrous. It's out of the question.
The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tuspel special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer emerging from his own grave, it is a sight to behold. You should come.
Bonk. I think, Madame, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. Ho, ho, ho. You will explain every detail of this macabre model and your personal involvement in its creation.
With pleasure. Mom. The Professor Waxwork. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is leased on a rumor that shocked society in London. Oh, sorry, least based. Yeah, bit. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with Tuspel family principles. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the incident. Before the interment. My camera's blocking the last part of the dialogue box. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered. Discoveru.
The gravedigger? The man sanctioned this? Ho, ho, ho.
Santa's getting angry. Oui, I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew, only the gravedigger. What harm did it do,
So you truly saw it? The face of that monster!
Naturally. I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But 2 spells would not be 2 spells if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures.
I don't believe this!
Damn, she really went grave digging for this, my god. My. Damn.
I myself have seen this special exhibit at your museum, madame. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave. Ho, ho, ho.
The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time. Oh, there, looks like Frankenstein. Wow, wait, it's Audi Asman who wrote this, or either wrote or drew this. Look. See? That's O. Asman. She was only a teen when she did it too. Damn! God damn! Damn! People in the ancient times were crazy. Right? It's all, I recognize the signature because of the, I think the contract, we had one before. Besides, who else is named Asman anyway? Damn. Well, ito, grave number 139, that's the same number on the clothes as well, isn't it? The special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article. It was the most detailed account of what happened as reported by the eyewitnesses saw it. Took you forever to spot that? Really? Soka, soka. Well, maybe it's because whenever I see drawings in newspapers, I've always looked for the signature of the artist because that's the way you know that they are credited. So I guess I have an eye for that.
Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words.
Words are all I have to record this event anyway. The public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. That is why I have reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum. And it's a waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it? Ow. I hit the desk. Minus HP. That is correct. The professor you see before you here?
Most puzzling. Ho, ho, bonk. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination.
This waxwork links Drebber to Dr. Scythe, and there has to be some reason for that, which hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Scythe and Drebber were in it on the were in on this crime together. Dun 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 dun. Dum bum 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 dum bum 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 pineapple.
Hold it!
And that rumor would be a 10-year-old tale now, but one that no Londoner would ever forget.
All right. I know just what you're talking about, I think.
Of course, it couldn't be anything else.
Yes, that story will never disappear.
The tale of the condemned killer rising from the dead. That is the central attraction of my house of horrors. The rumor was whispered all over the city, and it was like this. Spooky, spooky. It was in Lowgate Cemetery, behind the prison, in the dead of the night after the execution of the killer. The interred professor slid back the stone slab
covering his tomb, and emerged from his grave. A young man who witnessed this felt a scream welling up inside him. But an instant later, he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. The bullet struck the emerging corpse, and he fell motionless once more. The scream finally found its way from the mouth of the young witness, who turned and ran for his life.
The corpse climbed out of his own grave. And then somebody shot him? Who? Who was it?
Nobody knows even today. But remember, it was just a rumor. Perhaps nothing more than a ghost story.
Hello there, apricot. Yes, I can see that word clearly spelled as apricot. Hello, Mimo Lord. Or would you like me to call you Meme Lord? Hello, Meme Lord the Second. How are you? You have come to be Meme?
Meme?
Meme? Oh, wait, what's happening? Pressing something else. Okay. Press.
The good people of London, they love stories like this. That is why it was in every newspaper across the capital.
But it's just a story. Was it just a story? I mean, this is exactly the scene that can be seen today at your museum, isn't it?
Oui. The special exhibit was modeled on that very illustration. For a while afterwards, the contents of that article were reproduced in every newspaper imaginable.
Madame, may I say something?
Please, go ahead, mademoiselle.
When something is described as rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's entirely made up. I believe that often rumors contain elements of the truth. Yes, you are indeed a me. Or are you me? Like that song. Whoosh.
Ah, I see that people from the East can be just as astute as the people of Europe.
Can we be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful?
Oh, she went dotto. It is not possible for the dead to come back to life. Sorry? 10 years ago, I was there in Lowgate Cemetery. After the criminal known as the professor was killed by hanging, I took a wax impression of his visage from the corpse just before it was interred.
It's called Shikanoko-noko-noko-koshtan-tan. 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 でしょ?
おいピーチじゃないね
I'm not a peach. I'm apricot. Apricot. お前はもう死んでいる。
のやめて
やめて。
Because you were infected? That's good. Alright, everybody, all together now.
シカノコノコノココシタンタン。シカノコノコノココシタンタン。シカノコノコノココシタンタン。シカノコノコノココシタンタン。
Time to mute? No!
Don't mute me. If you mute me, then it proves that you are a shika. You are a deer. Oh dear, oh my. To a deer, a female deer. Oh my. That means you're a girl. If you're a doe deer. Oh, you're a girl. You grill. You shrill. Oh my. Oh my, you shrimp. You're a grill. Oh. Boing boing.
So I can assure you, the man was dead.
Still the pipsqueak?
No! I'm not a pipisukuiku. Oh my, do I look like a squeaky toy to you?
I ain't do that squeak thing. Squeak, squeak. Ha! Last thing you heard is deer?
Oh dear, oh my. Arara.
Oi, shika shika noko noko kosh tan tan.
I see. It would certainly appear that the condemned man suffered the intended fate.
Funny how Pip and Squeak kinda rhyme with peach. Where's the ban button? Chotto matte kore. Where's the ban button here? Where's the report button?
Yabe! Omae! Yabe!
Hold it!
Is that true of every waxwork in your museum then? It is, assuming the subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way.
Hi, so desu. Peaches are not allowed here. Yes, only apricotos.
Ay, apricotos. Apricotitos.
I wonder if that would taste good. What if Cheetos had an apricot flavor? Cheetos, hit me up. I will endorse it. Apricot Cheetos with cheese.
Oh,
Whether it tastes good or not, I will gaslight people to think it tastes good. Oh no! Oh no!
are you? I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know.
What sort of letters?
When my time comes, please make a waxwork of me.
Oh no, I don't know how to read it. Komcha? Komcha? Gongcha? Milk tea? Eh?
No. My museum is famous, monsieur. To be made into a waxwork is an honor, and for some criminals a symbol of status even.
Ugh, because nothing says hardened criminals better than wax. Then kick Anzu, thank me later. What? No! Not to kick me! No! Yamete! それは痛いよ.
And it is thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. I refer to the star of the special exhibition, of course, the Professor, whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression from the actual corpse. There are no exceptions to the principles of two spells.
Yabe.
Oh my god, I have a theory. Because, it seems like the game is trying to make us think if she actually did get the face of the professor. What if maybe the professor never really died? And the person who died was someone who was like a scapegoat, you know, like a body switch thingy. Oh my god, then that means the professor is still alive? And who would that be? So the serial killer's been around for years? Oh? But then but if that's the case, who's the corpse though? That was hanged or killed? Yobe.
それはやばいだよ.
Hold it!
Ikiawi!
Surely that's illegal, isn't it? It would seem the proprietors of this repository of novelties was blinded by monetary greed. It has nothing to do with money. The man is part of London's criminal history. That is why I had to scope him, to record this history. It is the raison d'etre of the Tuspel Museum. But if the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the I don't know how to read. Oh my god. Then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity. I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the professor. Do you realize what you're saying? The professor's identity is a national secret. I understand. And now that the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close. Of course it will. As will your entire museum if you don't tread very carefully, madam. That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think. Don't you? So 10 years ago, on the night of the professor's execution, you took a wax impression of his face from the corpse. Oui, exactamente. Don't misinterpret this for something else, Lamau. Why? Oh my!
Oh my!
Oh my!
I'm 5'1".
That's not bad for an Asian woman, I think. Wait, what's... Hey Siri, what's the average height of an Asian woman?
Okay, I found this on the web for what's the average height of an Asian woman. Check it out.
Okay, he doesn't want to read it for me. Average human height by country. Okay. Let's settle this once and for all. Ito... Where's the Philippines? Nani kore?
It's so small, I can't read this shit. Ha! According to Wikipedia, I'm an average height!
Exactly on average height. My god. Ha! I'm not short, I'm average! Take that to. Wait, for real? Wait, no, I think I'm colorblind. Chotote. Why is it a colored map? Well, it's either I'm average or above average because it's either below 5 or until 5'1" according to this map of shit. But yeah, take that. I'm average at most, and above average at least.
Hold it!
Ideally.
You were there longer than you expected to be? I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open and I had some problems with the chin. The shortest boy in my class can tower your...
He's a boy. It's a difference. You men go spurt up twice. Women just spurt once. I mean, hammer.
Dare I ask? The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing and consequently his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh dear, what a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances, I would have had an assistant with me.
Oh, so she had no assistant too.
However, that night I was alone and as a consequence I missed my preferred window of time.
What do you mean?
When I take the impression of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death. Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant? It is, because of rigor mortis.
A wiggly wotis?
Wiggly mortis. It's the name given to the phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered. So ka. Interesting go. Well, that was an education, if a slightly scary one. Oh, imagine you guys like dying in an accident and you're in like the most embarrassing pose ever. You're already dead and now you worry that people will look at you weirdly and you're stuck like that until like hours after your death where they can finally arrange you. That's so sad. Oof. Bye. As the mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw. I see. So that's why you wait. Before the time, the mouth falls open, and it is very difficult to do my work. It's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. I wonder about that information the court just heard from Madame Two Spells. I guess it is significant? I think. The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us, would you mind including it in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see. Of course, I don't mind at all. I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave. Pun intended, Susato. This is no time for jokes, Miss Susato. Wow, no, don't do her like that, Ryunosuke. Naruhodo, appreciate the pun. Come on, boy. The pun. It was gravely underrated. Madame, kindly amend your testimony as discussed. Ho, ho. Oh no, another... Biense? Biensa? Bienser? Pien? Pien? I don't know. Oh, French fry.
Hold it!
Rigor mortis.
Rigor mortis being the phenomenon you described whereby the corpse becomes stiff after death. I think you said that it starts at the jaw, about 3 hours past death, is that right? Sorry, post-death? Hui. Sessa. Oh my god, I don't know how to say that word. Of course, the exact duration depends a little on the season. I didn't realize a waxwork artisan would be so well versed in the subject. No, that is only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine. Well, I had no idea about it, but maybe I won't admit my ignorance about forensic science. I could ask my father to give you a very simple primer if you'd like. I think corpses should be your domain. I'm not good with them. Oh dear. I'll do my very best. Wanna be very best. No one ever won. Bum, bum, bum. Wait, so there's rigor mortis post-death 3 hours. Okay. What was the info on our, what do you call it? Autopsy report from the professor's case. Can we just take a look? Death by hanging confirmed at midnight. Okay, so if the professor died at midnight, then rigor mortis should settle in around 3 o'clock in the morning of June 17. Okay. Yeah, here's where I remember the signature of Asman. It was here on the contract, yeah. So I recognized it right away. What does this say? Oh, it's just the picture. Okay. Hey, I forgot this had this. Just a moment. Let me just remember the stuff here.
NANI kore? Okay.
Now I remember everything.
Hold it!
Audit.
You say that dawn was approaching. What was the time of day then, approximately? Well, I could not say. But when I left the cemetery with my utensils and wax, the morning light was becoming visible.
Wait.
Morning light? The execution took place on 17th June, which had the earliest sunrise of that year. Oh, okay. Indeed it did. First light would have been at around 4:40 in the morning.
4:40? Wait, then...
Wait, if that's the case, then the professor's body would have had rigor mortis. The jaw wouldn't have fallen off. Hey? What? That really is early. The fact is, I had very little time, so I finished my work in half an hour. It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. If somebody had discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry. Is it me? Or does Mr. Sholm seem to be taking shape more quickly now, too? You certainly appear to go to extraordinary lengths for your work, madame. I wonder, is what she just said particularly significant? Yes, it is, my boy. Madame, those details about how long it took you to complete the sculpture and the early sunrise, could you include them in your testimony? I believe they may be significant. Of course, if you would like me to. You're quite right, Mr. Naruhodo. It is intriguing. A sunrise at 4 in the morning would be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it? That's not what I quite meant by significant.
Significanto.
Kindly amend your formal testimony then, madame. With pleasure, my lord.
Okay.
Hold it!
Yori. Did you have reason to believe you might be discovered once the sun came up or something? I had paid the gravedigger money to keep my little secret, of course. But with the morning light, I knew that the warden from the prison would commence his patrol of the area. Couldn't you have just paid the warden too, then? I had already paid the gravedigger, as I said. You cannot buy the silence of everyone, or the secret is no longer a secret, The sunrise was at 4:40 a.m. that day, which means that it would have been around 4 when you began your sculpting work.
Oui, that must be correct. That would be when the gravedigger gave me the signal to come out of hiding.
Ho! Ho! Omae! Sore wa!
Okay, I already know what to press then. So let's just skip this part.
It has to be that statement. Oh my god.
We must use this cross-examination to uncover exactly what it means. Yee-haw! Otherwise, the jurors are sure to revert their leanings and the trial will be over.
I agree, but interestingly, uncovering what the professor has to do with all of this means more to Lord Van Zieks than anyone. That's the impression I'm getting anyway.
If you hear snoring, that's Uhtred, my doggo. He's asleep. And he has his little tongue out. Big brain, hi.
After all, he has a profound connection to the professor as well.
Bam, 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 bam. Okay, where are you?
Rigor mortis. It's either this one or the last one.
Okay, I mean, we still have lives anyway, so let's try this one first. Autopsy report wa doku? Uhtred has been too relaxed lately. I don't know why, but it's cute.
Objection!
Objection! Madame Two Spells. I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows.
And is that a problem?
I believe it is, because your testimony and a particular detail in the report completely contradict one another.
Kwe? I'm just gonna go chocobo style on this one. I don't know how to read it. Kwe?
Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend? According to her testimony, Madame Two Spells was creating her wax impression just before dawn, and at that time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, Madame?
You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis 2 to 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he cannot have been dead for a long time.
Yo, he's not the professor, is he? Is he a scapegoat? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Scythe's report, it's either the dude who actually got hanged or killed wasn't actually the professor, or Dr. Scythe is completely just bogus on her report. Those are the only two options I can see right now. It quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. No. If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would already have set in.
Oui, yes, you're right. The chin, it would have been completely stiff.
In other words, this report is wrong!
Objection!
It's wrong! No, coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd! In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time! Impossible!
So dramatic, my dude.
Order! Order! Council, this is beyond folly. Not only did you indict the author of the report, Dr. Scythe, but you also implicate members of staff at Macleod prison where the execution took place. Ho, 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 ho. My day, extraordinary. Not in
Objection.
my day. Objection. Oh, sorry, Richard, did not wake you up. I'm just, I'll stop banging this desk. I'm sorry, baby. Don't be so sad.
Oh, many baby. It's okay, baby Uhtred. It's Chat's fault, not mine. I'm sorry. My baby. Yeah, good boy. Good boy. Okay, he's back to sleeping. Good boy. I will stop hitting the desk. It's your fault, Chat. It's your fault.
My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact.
What fact?
The professor died that night, without question.
He did.
Of course he did. I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands.
Yari.
Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows? Didn't die yet. Are you insane? Are you bonker? Are you cracker? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that place?
It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link. Hey, oi. Nani? I say hey, 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 hey. I say hey. What's going on?
Between Dr. Scythe and the professor, and that one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night.
Oh, big climb.
Council, present the evidence at once. The evidence that allegedly explained what really happened on the night of the professor's execution. Ho, 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 ho.
Ah, my boob. Nani kore? Ah, the desk. The desk attacked my boob. Nani?
Well, I guess you have to put it over the desk. Ugh, too close to the desk. My bad eyesight has made me go closer to the screen.
Okay, evidence that allegedly explains what happened. What happened? Oh, I get it. Maybe the professor didn't really die. They just put him under the ground, in the coffin, and then, the resurrection choo-choo is actually just the accomplices getting him out, and then they replaced him with some other dead body that they recently killed. So that's why it doesn't have rigor mortis yet. That's my guess. Maybe it's this one.
Take that!
Ahem. What? What's with the ahem? Did I say something wrong?
What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of the night at local cemetery. You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now?
Well, if this article is to be believed, yeah.
The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection!
Wait, was killed again? Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor published by the gutter press.
Can you be certain of that?
Are you serious? The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened. My word! Yes, indeed! Ho, ho, ho.
My sweet.
Mais is corn in Filipino. Nani? Mais is corn in Tagalog. Nani? Hey? Oui. I'm just gonna wing it. The only French I know is like croissant, baguette, oui, and whatever the French soldier in Monty Python said. That's all I know. Mais oui, the young man who stole into the cemetery by chance at night.
Objection!
Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it all up. And in any case, this was taken 10 years ago. There would surely be no hope of finding him. Oh. Ah, that's where you're wrong, Mr. Sandman.
Objection!
On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well. What? Are you suggesting, counsel, that you've identified the person in question? That you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place? Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say that he's right here before my very eyes. You will substantiate your latest claim now then, counsel. Who is the alleged witness of this staggering scene from the cemetery 10 years ago? Huzzah!
Take that!
Tureba-san. You know, I thought his name was Dribble. Dribble, like dribbling a ball. So sometimes I realize I'm not saying dribber, I'm probably saying dribble. Dribble. The man in question is Mr. Enoch Drebber. Drebber? The previous witness? The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. You think he's the gravedigger? And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drebber. Whisper. Order! Surely not, counsel. Drebber was there in Lowgate Cemetery? What is all this talk about Mr. Drebber? Is the name significant? Is that not his name? Of course, Madame Two-Spells doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, Madame. To your situation as well, in fact. What situation? The theft of the Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man. No. But that would mean...
Yes.
Madame Two-Spells. It would appear you know the name Enoch Drebber.
Dotto.
Oui, yes, I know it. But from long ago in the past. Who what?
Oh my!
Good gracious! Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know. Yes, of course.
Yes, of course.
The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. That is, apart from in one newspaper.
Oh, he was named in one outlet.
The Daily Circus. It is the paper from which comes the article I have already shown at the court. You're saying that his full name was only publicized in that article? Goodness me! Mamma mia, here it is. The university student who experienced the shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms. Unbelievable! 本当にびっくりした。When I read the article, I went to meet the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night, and would make a perfect exhibit for my house of horrors, whether it was the truth or not. I see. So you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to scope a waxwork of the man, did you? Exactamente. He was studying at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork. And since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of of terror from the cemetery.
Yeah, baby.
Wow.
Tam pom pom.
So, 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he'd witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today, even though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim and its face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asman, but that same waxwork, the coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated Dr. Scythe would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why? どうして? なぜ? Because the waxwork was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying? Dr. Scythe put her name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as the body double. Whisper. My lord, this court summons Dr. Scythe to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected. But according to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Scythe is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case? Ho, ho, ho.
She told us so herself, didn't she? Lord Van Zeeks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Lord Strongheart? The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor's case. But please, don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. Cold as ice. Ice, baby. Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago, and surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Zeeks. The prosecution calls for the instructions in the missive to be scraped.
Oh, he really wants to know.
But Lord Van Zeeks, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office.
Objection!
The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me.
Yes.
Let Enoch Dreba and Dr. Scythe both take the stand together.
Oh my. Oh, diggity dog. Oh my. Bongo, bongo, bongo.
Very well. I will uphold your request. Bailiff, send the subpoena with immediate effect addressed to Dr. Scythe of the Forensic Investigation Team. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders. All right then. Enoch Drummer and Dr. Scythe. If they were colluding with one another, this crime could never have been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away. I can feel it. The truth behind all of this is about to come out. Thank you for your attendance at short notice, Dr. Scythe. I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zeeks. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Betrayal is not in my nature. Betrayal doesn't know my name, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt. Dato. Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop.
I am a robot.
And Dr. Scythe, as the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. And where's your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. Blue's Clues. What are you talking about?
Goddamn.
I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. Boom. Now I'm itching to know whose face is it under that mask. God damn. I hope they tell us who it is. I hope we actually do open it later on. This model of a killer known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes and officially pronounced him dead.
I wonder if we ever find out. Yeah, I wonder. Yeah.
Nya, nya, nya. Beep, beep. I turned into a car. Sorry.
That remains to be seen. Is that so? According to newspaper reports from the time on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. Don't waste my time. It was me, Dio, from under the mask. Oh no, it's the stone mask. But this time it's an iron mask. Wow, sturdier. Upgrade. This is the Love Anime Coast Guard. You are entering Anzu territory. Please leave. Oh my god, you gotta spray them with water for them to leave. Spray them with my bath water. And then watch them burn. And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it?
Dot, 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 dot.
If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Scythe. A secret so profound, it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact.
Dot, 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 dot.
Mr. Dribble, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery.
Dot, 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 dot.
So he was the student who saw it.
You can see the resemblance actually, can't you? With the man and Madame Two-Spells, I mean.
Surely he's not going to claim that's really what he saw, especially not after all these years.
He was a research student at the University of London, wasn't he?
And a bit too clever for his own good.
What an interesting twist.
When at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now, here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly, my story matters. And in a court of law, too. Very well then. If everyone so wishes, let's be frank. I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth.
Ooh, Dr. Scythe.
So, Mr. Drummer, your testimony please about the events of that night 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, of course, as you wish.
As you wish, my lord. Tamam. Tamam.
In the cemetery 10 years earlier.
The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say? Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. Wow. 本当ですか?
Wait a minute, you're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now?
Of course. You'd have to have a screw loose if you believe the course would come back from the dead.
Wait, so you're saying this article is... Not worth the paper it's printed on. I think that would describe it perfectly, yes?
You recovered an illegal peach. Oh my.
To the dungeon! Off to the dungeon! Ugh.
If the details in the article aren't true, it nullifies her argument for why Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe would have been working together. So he's discrediting himself to cripple my arguments. Cripple.
Tell me, witness. Your claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business, can you elaborate? Oh.
Hello, late. You're late. That's good. You live up to your name, and that's great. Hi, welcome. How are you? The man with straight white hair reminds me of Prince Arthas from Warcraft 3. So. He still reminds me of one of the bad guys who drugged Shinichi Kudo in Detective Conan. Because one of them has long hair with the hat and black coat. So that's what reminds me of it. He also reminds me of another character in Dr. Blackjack. If you guys are familiar with that. I can't unsee.
I cannot unsee.
That's right.
Grave robbing, to be precise. As you know, Lonegate Cemetery is at the rear of Parkley Prison. So among students at the university, it had a reputation for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. Grave robbing, you say? Yes. Exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead. So, you are one of the so-called resurrectionists, a particularly unpleasant scourge on society. Actually, my fellows and I went by another name, the Repurposers.
From the Raven Chase of the Detective Conan movie. Oh, they show?
That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir. Yes. Well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university.
Funny today, you found 2 strands wide of instant noodles? What? Fine. Your instant noodle packet? Whoa. Really? NANI? Lol. Now I want to eat Indomie with some egg. And I would like to put crunchy bacon on top or some kind of ground beef that's sauteed with some spices and tomato sauce or just sauteed in general. Tabe tayo. I want to eat Indomie noodle. Indomie noodles are the best. It's supposed to be long, thin, but 2 strands are wider than the rest. Ooh. They're wide the boy. Funny thing about the Indomie noodles, for those who don't know about it, it's a brand of instant noodles. So I think I mentioned it in Twitch, but I was born in a different country, not in the Philippines, because my dad works abroad. And in that country, the instant noodles that we would usually buy whenever we crave was the Indomie noodles. Ever since I was a kid, that was my childhood noodles. Then in the Philippines at that time, it wasn't such a big thing. I think you couldn't even find it when I was a kid in the Philippines. Then around when I was in college, so that's like 2013 was when I started college, but I think it appeared sometime like 2018 or so, I think. It suddenly became such a big trend in the Philippines. And I was like, you guys think it's new? This has been around for so long. And then that's when I realized, yeah, it wasn't being sold in the Philippines for a long time. And I guess when it did appear, people didn't really give attention to it. It was only then. And then, you know, people were putting eggs on it. And I'm like, but I've always eaten noodles that way. You guys are the weird ones. You don't know how to enjoy a good bowl of noodles. Oh, you're eating the Indomie? Yeah. Am I right? Is it from Indonesia? I can't remember the country of origin. I just know it's a Southeast Asian brand. I think it's Indonesia. Yeah. So I was like, everyone's so hyped about it, and I'm just like, I've known this since I was a child. So I'm just teaching my friends, hey, if you add this and that, it'll taste better. Oh, memories. That was the only paper with bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. Yeah, I remember that you're Indonesian, so that's why I brought it up. So I was thinking it's most likely Indomie noodle. I like it so much. I still buy it time to time. Yeah. And then I would prepare it the same way my mom would prepare it when we were children. And then I just add some additional stuff to make it even better. Innovation. I see. Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article? Ah, yes. That was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene. Oh, then this is motive for him to really kill Asman, right? For making him be known to the world and causing him to leave university. Ooh, this is motive, my dudes. Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done, claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish, very foolish. But if he was after Asman, why, right? If it wasn't true, why would he? We're connecting the dots. Bonk. Well, counsel, for the defense, you may proceed to the cross-examination now. At once, my lord. My lord. My lady. My lady. Okay. Can I just directly present the... I never actually saw the professor at all. But isn't this a lie? Because Madame Two Spells just testified earlier that the young man, she saw the young man was there and basically was one of the, what do you call it? One of the reasons why she visited him in the first place, right? So that she could get a mold of him for the exhibit. So that means he did see it, right? Right? So this is false.
Hold it!
Maybe we have to press it first. Stretch and watering. I think Nightbot is sleeping. But thank you. Let me just drink and stretch. Hi. Oh yeah, that cracked. Oh, my shoulder cracked as well. Stretch. What a good stretch. Ah, my shoulders feel stiff. What are you talking about? Yeah, what am I talking about? I think I explained already, didn't I? Locate cemetery is at the rear of Berkeley Prison. So it was renowned among us students at the university for being haunted by the ghost of condemned convicts. Some who is need to be zapped. Money. Who needs to be zapped? Sorry. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night. And as a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life.
But you said you actually saw it.
Ow. My leg. My leg. Itay. It lost blood. Nani ko eh. Itay. Nani ko eh. Oh no, it's a tingly feeling. Oh no, I got zapped. Zaddy, you jinxed me. Oh my.
But you said you actually saw it. I said what I'd seen in my mind's eyes.
Yeah, my foot fell asleep. Nani ko eh.
After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You'd have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night.
Well, no one's reacting so far.
Oh, you were about Nightbot, but you zapped me instead. Maybe I'm Nightbot. Whoa.
I don't know. Is there any material evidence that could show he really did see the professor? If we have anything at all, Mr. Naruhodo.
I know. I need to present it against that irritatingly backtracking statement of his. The point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life.
In my life, without a doubt, I have no life. Nani ka na. Poor aim.
Aim better.
Let's press this one. Maybe it's this statement I have to present 2 spells. Ito, either to maybe Madame 2 spells herself, or it could also be the head, the waxwork head, right? At least not like something I had one time. You woke up with my legs so asleep, fell to the floor. Oh my, that's horrible.
Hold it!
Did you get a boo-boo?
That young woman being Madame 2 spells, of course.
Precisely.
I must say I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I have explained, I went by the name published in the article and came... Komka? I found the man.
Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said.
I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me.
So you readily... Oh, that sounded weird. So you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself. Ito, made and gave permission for it to be put on display.
I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded.
Ah, oui, I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day. Oh no, what is this word? Ne sais pas? Ne sais pas? Ne sais pas?
Did you? I can't say I remember.
N'est-ce pas? What is n'est-ce pas?
What was it, madam? Madame?
His camera.
Oh, the camera.
Wait, the camera had blood. So...
Ah, yes, I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion into any cemetery. You took a camera with you, sir? To what end? To record the details of the body I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it.
Camera got blood, maybe attacked when taking a photo?
Yeah, could be. Yeah, could be. I see.
But I still have it, monsieur. It is part of the special exhibit in my house of horrors. I am very meticulous about such details. It is the two-spence way. It would seem then that this is the very camera Mr. Drebber took with him to Lowgate Cemetery on the night in question.
Yes. 面白いだね。
Ta-da-da-da. You got a camera. Then I gave up my dream of being a scientist. Ah, that has nothing to do with this. Alright, okay. What was the first statement again? Moonlightening. So the illustration was based on what you witnessed at that night. And thinking back now, you realize you never actually saw the professor at all, though. I don't know. Let's press it again.
What are you talking about?
I think I explained already, didn't I? Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of the ghost of the For some absurd reason, I was scared. And as a result, only to willingly... What can you... I said what I seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You'd have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Hey... Unless, of course... we have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night. Ito. It's either the camera, but we don't have the... We don't have the glass thingy inside that helps us see what was pictured in the first place. What do we have in the court records? Well, the only thing we have that could be evidence he saw the corpse would be, I guess, the article. Either the article or the wax head, right? Ito. I guess let's try the article. Ah, wrong button. Got them. Please. Oops. I'm pressing the wrong button. Nani kore? Oh wait, we don't have the... Okay, I guess we'll have to finish this dialogue first. Okay, so let's try presenting it normally. So from here, we'll present the article.
Objection!
Objection!
Idiot!
Sorry, Mr. Drebber, but I don't believe that.
Don't believe what? Your latest claim. You did see the professor on that night 10 years ago. Oh dear. We seem to be at odds, but I was there. And you were not. I know what I didn't see. The illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalists that you witnessed. A figure emerging from a tomb wearing an iron mask. Yes. When the killer was tried 10 years ago, it was decided in the close court's ruling that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed even during his execution and subsequent burial. Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face, but obviously the provisions of his mask was not public knowledge. Ho, ho, ho.
Naruhodo. So,
Mr. Drebber, as you've just heard, a lowly student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. So unless you'd actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in that illustration. Well, Mr. Drebber. Silent tonight, oh.
it's a vile scene,
Isn't it, if you look closely? And as I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified. Star Platinum Judge? Yeah, his stand is Justice Star. Which is why I had it in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards, I came to my senses and I realized that I'd been mistaken. You're still saying you didn't see it? Huh? If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Of course. Only too happy to oblige. I can't believe you're still going to concede the point. Reh! Dribble. What I in fact witnessed with a fellow grave robber. So now you claim somebody else to be there.
Hold it!
Oh my! A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about? Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole, he dug my heart very nearly stopped. So, that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see. You're claiming it was just another student or an equally insalubrious business as yourself. His stand is list of good and naughty, and the stand loses. Oh, no, his stand has to be Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. My god, it has to be. Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. Clearly, the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity. Wouldn't you think?
Objection!
Yuri! But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. There we go. We might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreants at work, perhaps, and fired upon one of them. If a grave digger had shot someone in the cemetery, I think it might have been rather big news, my lord. Oh, yes. Where?
I can only assume it was an embellishment bolted on later by the reporter.
Oh.
Oh. Mademoiselle, what is the purpose of your reaction?
Excuse me!
Sumimasen. Madame Two Spells.
Don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes.
Oof.
Ooh la la, pardon. I was lost in my thoughts.
Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way? Ooh. I thought it was a little strange, that's all.
How Monsieur Drebber could claim this now? If you don't mind me saying, madam, what are you talking about?
Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, no?
Including the gunshot.
Stop! You might want to watch your tongue, you know.
Objection!
OBJECTION.
Have a care, Drebber. That's no way to speak to a lady.
Malady, malaria.
Please, Madame Two Spells, carry on.
Of course.
According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him and the bullet hit the condemned man. I said nothing of the sort.
No, you were very explicit about the details. About the mask that the figure was wearing. And the blood that spattered over you when he was shot.
Oh, then that's where the blood on the camera comes from. Enough! Shut up, woman! You're making all this up!
Oh man, you're so rude. Why so rude?
That will do! Ho ho ho! Mr. Drebber! NANI? You refute the account just given by Madame Two Spells?
Not.
It would be funny if Rudolph looked like the Santa sleigh. Oh my god, it is Rudolph, but then he goes Transformers to become the sleigh, to do his ultimate move. Oh my god, that can be. Or it's a sleigh, and then when it does the ultimate, it transforms into Rudolph Transformers style. Oof.
I have no recollections of ever saying those things.
Oh, come on. Do you really expect us to believe you? Control yourself, Council. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom. Oh.
Right.
Under the circumstances, I think it best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this witness.
Very well.
Okay, so he's going to say there were no gunshots from behind me at all, nor any splattering blood. That is false. Very, very false. Or Rudolph is a reindeer jacket. Oh my god, he's a jacket. That's so cool.
Hold it!
That's kind of cute, actually. I wish I had one of those ugly sweaters that people usually have for those holidays. Yet Madame Two Spells has testified that you told her about both of those details.
Not true. I said nothing of the sort.
10 years have passed. Without material evidence to the contrary, you have no grounds on which to question the witness's words.
Tell me, Madame Two Spells.
Oui? What exactly did Mr. Drebber say about the blood that apparently splattered on him?
Hello, this is what he told me.
All of a sudden, he heard a very loud gunshot from behind his back.
The bullet hit the figure who was emerging from the tomb in the middle of the chest, in his heart.
One dreadful sight after another.
And since Monsieur Drebber was at that time facing towards the condemned man, the blood sprayed from the wound and splattered on his body. That is what he told me.
So, not an experience you would ever forget, is it?
Precisely. And I didn't forget it. Because, as I've already said, it never happened in the first place.
He's clearly lying. We've only had some evidence to prove it.
We can't let him win, Mr. Naruhodo. So we mustn't overlook a single detail, no matter how small.
Yes. Exactly. Okay, I think we have to present the camera because the camera has the blood. So that would support it. And we also examined it when we got the camera, and I think there was a remark about how it was cleaned of blood, like someone cleaned it up.
Objection!
So let's go with it. Let's roll. Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera?
But that is the camera from the fateful night.
Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber. Dribble. And is that supposed to be significant? This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extends forward at the on the end of some bellows. Like this.
Hold it!
Hold it.
What's that? There, just on the bellows. It looks like a dark red stain. That's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact. Good lord, are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a spatter of blood. Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Silent? It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough. Ho-ho.
Luminol.
Wait, do they have luminol yet? I can't remember. I propose that Madame Two Spells' testimony was correct. And that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were spattered with blood from the gunshot wound. And that furthermore, you really did witness a condemned professor emerging from his tomb. Yeah, for what I know, they only had the thingy that Sholmes made, right? And I think they even didn't really acknowledge it. Or maybe at this point they did. Oh yeah, since a bellow is made of fabric, so it's not cleaned immediately, right? Yeah, it would be absorbed, most likely. And you can't just wash that thing, it's a camera. Ho ho. There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night.
Objection!
OBJECTION.
But why? Why would he want to do that?
Well, not for his own gain, it would seem.
For whose then? Who could benefit?
Mr. Drebber is obviously lying in order to protect somebody.
My goodness! He's shielding someone? Ho ho ho!
Yes, my lord. And clearly, it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed. Oh my, who could that be? Do you know? Do you know?
Well, Counsel, who is it then? Who is this witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night?
Of course I know. She's right there, staring at us with a piercing gaze.
Take that!
The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe. Scythe? Whatever do you mean?
Buried alive? Well, I'm guessing that it might be possible that his hanging execution wasn't actually successful. How do I put it? I'm guessing maybe he only fainted, but he didn't really suffocate and die. So when he fainted and he looked lifeless and all that, maybe, just maybe, they actually thought he was dead. And Courtney here, or Dr. Scythe, might have made a mistake about that. That he wasn't actually dead, but just unconscious. That's my guess. So they thought he was dead, they buried him, but I guess he gained consciousness. And when, I'm going to guess Courtney's the one who shot him. I mean, who else would have known? So maybe in the cemetery, she shot him. He's the one who shot the professor. Well, we also have the theory as mentioned earlier that maybe it's not even the professor who was killed. It could be someone else. Because maybe the professor wasn't actually caught or was caught but switched out with someone else. And one of the accomplices we have is Mr. Drebber. And now it's possibly Courtney Scythe. So, Scythe, whatever. So, those are some ideas I'm looking into at the moment. Imagine if the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. See, he's about to mention it too. I'm playing this blind. I had no idea. Imagine if that was to come to light.
What are you insinuating?
And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor.
That would be an unprecedented scandal. Ho ho ho.
Objection!
OBJECTION.
This is beyond a joke. Did I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? What are you suggesting? What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened.
Yes. Oh, I'm fixing my sitting arrangement. my leg. That's exactly what it would mean.
Objection!
OBJECTION.
Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape. Not in Great Britain.
Objection!
OBJECTION. But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging.
If that were really true, Counsel, the implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would take the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up.
Spine hunch, shrimp curl. Yabe. Ebi ni naru? Am I going to become a shrimp now? Do I have to become Anzu the shrimp?
And shrimp zoo.
Oh my god. Ebby Zoo?
And it's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Scythe would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret, even if that meant being complicit in a crime. You mean? I mean that Dr. Scythe wasn't collaborating in Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Asman with a waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Ugh.
Yape. Ya baby.
Oh! He did the leg thing. Lord Van Zeeks.
Shrimpanzee.
Pray forgive my freshly filled hollowed chalice and a whole raft of other discourtesies now. Goodness me.
Godo desu me. Gouda cheese me. Cheese. Oh, now I want Gouda cheese.
It's just the sort of tall-tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard cover-up, a conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing.
What's that?
If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night, only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever?
Yes, Utredo. Hello, baby. Baby Utrecht. What is it, baby? Want to say hi to chat? You just woke up from your nap. Say hello.
I asked Utrecht to say hello to the mic. He just stared at me with a blank expression.
Baby. Say hello, baby. Where you going, baby? Baby, come back. Uh-huh. What else? What is it, baby? Uh-huh. And? Oh. Aww. You don't like it? The chat is taking me from you again? Is that it? Aw, poor baby. Poor baby. What is it, baby? Aw. Wait. What else, baby?
Damn, he's gonna be a streamer.
What is it, baby? What is it, baby? Or you wanna go outside? Go outside with me.
Have you forgot again that I can't speak human? I feel like Utrecht needs his own virtual PNG on stream. I wish there was a way to separate audio mic. Because if I could use my old mic and just put it wherever he's staying around. And if he had an interactive PNG, it would just light up whenever he talks. That would be so funny. I think that would be so cute. Yeah. He's under the desk near the foot area, so my other camera cannot reach. So for now, we can't have the Utrecht camera. For now. Alright. Okay, where are we? Well, I have no idea at the moment. But we have too little information to work that out at the present, I think. I couldn't agree more. The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies.
Hello, brother Apricot. You came to pick up the bread? Say hi, brother.
Oh, he's eating. It's brother. He has come to assist with le apricot the bread.
Wild fantasies.
What are your wild fantasies, chat? Oh, what happened to my model? Oh, it's Sense's brother.
My wild fantasy is to keep eating food without getting fatter or heavier and stay healthy no matter what I consume. Yeah, that's my wildest dream. Yeah. Yeah, Uther is being clingy, but I think he needs to go out, brother. He woke up and drank lots of water. Oh, kill that. That's flying insect. Yeah, thanks. Ugh, yeah.
And have you considered he's my learned Japanese friend?
I just realized the learned Nipponese friend. I think learned is his way of saying educated. Nipponese, Nippon is another way to say Japan, so it's like a play on the word Japanese. So it's a learned or educated Japanese friend or person. Aw, baby, you're just licking my foot. I'm not a popsicle. Nani, Utoredo? You wanna go out? Okay, I'll just call you brother for assistance if ever. Bumine. Okay, thanks bro. Thanks bro.
Consider what? Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman? Oh, sorry, it's Van Zeeks. Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity?
I have been blessed by Uhtred. He's lying down on my foot. I'm a pillow. Good baby.
It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary.
Quite hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research could warrant it. To rely on some staged deception when so much is at stake would be madness. Well, I suppose.
And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in the venture and would be instrumental in future profits too.
Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Esmond at all. Oh, Trent. Good baby. He's just doing the dog thingy where he's rolling on the ground and like rubbing himself against you. Now he's licking his arms like a cat. I think Uhtred's part cat. You're a weird doggo, you know that? Are you a cat? Interesting doggo.
Are you forgetting that his death results in me receiving not a single penny?
The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no?
There is the contract, that's very true. The motive for this case runs deep though. I can feel it.
Using threats to force the head of the forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme. Especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place.
If the research grant was the aim, taking Mr. Asmund's life would have made no sense anyway.
He's raised as a cat? Maybe. At least your doggo is not like a cat. Ito... Oh no, it's being blocked by the icon. Ito... Cat comply. Cat somehow can sit like a person. Well, he may not sit like a person, but he lies down like a person.
Which means Mr. Drever's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Asmund. Why? What was his motive then? Your time is up, my learned friend.
It's okay, baby. Cutie baby. What is it, Uhtred? You wanna say hi again on the mic? What is it, baby? Good baby. Good boy. Very good. Very good, Uhtred. Very good boy. I love you, baby. Aw, cutie baby Uhtred. He's trying to steal me, chat. He wants me to stop. He's trying to steal me. But we're so close to the end. It's okay, baby. Good baby. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Puga, puga, puga. Correct, so baby trip. Oh. And then you need to go up. You really want to? You want to go up, baby? No. Do you really need to do it? You want to do it? You want outside? Yes? I see. But I can't go with you, baby. Go with brother. He has succeeded, may say. Gomene, gomene. He very clingy baby, ne? He's very good baby. Well, he can be a little troublesome and rebellious, but I love him. He's my son. What can we do? And technically, you guys are his step-parents. Hi. Dogo numbing MP3.
I'd say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with the charade.
Charade. Why did I say charade?
Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we?
Did you see his assistant? Did you see Kazuma-sama? He's just like, okay, he's gonna throw it. I'm gonna avoid.
Dodge. How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country?
You're not ready to be a dad? Oh, you're already a dog dad too. Oh yeah, I think you mentioned about your dog before in chat. Pretty dogos. Dogo is life.
At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence.
Yabba-dabba-doo. That's alcohol, that's not fire. I don't know, maybe it's just juice. Maybe it's not wine. Maybe we're all just deceived. And he's not actually alcoholic. Wow. Alright. Who exactly was Mr. Asman to Drebber? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet. And I'm going to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. Yes, my lord. The evidence that establishes a motive and explains why the witness wanted the victim dead is right here. Okay. Ito... Want him dead. Nani ka na? Well... The only motive I can think of is really the newspaper. Because we saw Asman's this one? The illustrator. So... Yeah, I think it's because of this. And because of him being known who he is, then he was kicked out of the university. So I'm going to choose this one. Then
Take that!
please be right.
It's a newspaper article, my lord. That was written 10 years ago and every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us? That river should never have been written. It's typically gutter press nonsense that means nothing.
He ruined my life? Yeah, I think it's something like he ruined my life kind of thing.
Yes, on its own it isn't particularly significant. However,
when considered alongside another piece of evidence,
it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asman dead. Okay, I think it's the contract because the signature is also there. Asman's signature is there too, so let's do that. What are the evidence? Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay. Ho, ho, ho. The evidence which, when cross-referenced with the newspaper article, establish a motive indeed. Okay, contracto doko. Contracto. Contracto. Contracto.
Take that!
It's this contract, my lord. Mr. Drebber, this is the contract that you signed with Mr. Asman.
Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact. That proves I had no reason to kill the man.
No.
I'm afraid not. What?
There's something very significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common. Really? And it's that common link that shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Asman. It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So, my learned friend, point out what these two pieces of evidences have in common.
Okay, it's a signature. Yeah, Pepe.
Take that!
What these two evidences have in common is a signature. A signature? The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person. What? This is the one you got stuck on because you missed the signature. Ah, naruhodo. So. I can see why. As the court has learned, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Asman's signature at the bottom. Good Lord! Yes! They're identical! Ho, ho, ho! In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Asman.
Objection!
Objection? Nande objection? But explain to the court why? Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Asman? Well, if you think back, you'll remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony. So it's a flashback about grave robbing. And then he suffered retribution already because of the Daily Circus eventually uncovering his name. There we go. Yeah. I don't want to read the whole thing again. And yeah, it caused him to leave the university. So it's the only one that wrote his name. Then he gave up his dream of becoming a scientist. There we go.
All because of his identity being leaked. He was doxxed by Mr. Asman.
At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, This single newspaper article changed your entire life.
Life.
So, Mr. Osman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he? Ho, ho, ho. He did, my lord. In fact, it's a widely held belief that Osman managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter.
Yeah, baby.
So, you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually, you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article, written by Mr. Asman. Enough! Give it up!
Stop this endless drivel about my life. What?
Explain yourself, Mr. Dribble.
Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back. Why did I say black? Camel's back. What do you mean? Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with their hypotheses anyway. We all did, only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some wrench. Or rather, after all. Good gracious. Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. Being forced out of the university because of Lowgate was the best thing that could have happened to me.
Objection!
Idiot.
Mr. Drebber, do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me?
I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all.
How dare you?
And I have evidence to prove it.
How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine. If you think you have evidence, go ahead. Show it! What could you possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave at the university because I lacked talent?
Wait, does he lack talent? Did we find a trophy in his room? I remember it from the last stream. Yeah, this is the one. So he has talent. He's a genius. Tensai no.
Take that!
Tikadato. 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 Tikadato.
Do you remember this, Mr. Drebber? We found it at your workshop. Ho ho! Touché. Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science?
What exactly is this trophy, Council? Ho ho ho.
It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future. Good gracious! Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drebber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Asman was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, It's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man.
Oh, is he gonna break down? Oh my, oh my, oh my. Oh. Oh.
Nani kore?
The truth is.
Finally, he's going to fall. Anticipation. Ah! Nani? Oh, sorry. Gotta fix something on my chair. There we go. The pillow was slipping off. Fine. Clearly, this has run its course now.
What?
I admit it. All of it.
Eh? What? What are you doing?
It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim, on the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. No. Good Lord! Dr. Scythe, do you realize what you're saying, woman? It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was the professor again, staring me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Dr. Scythe, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago.
Oh my.
All the instructions were in there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. Protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now.
Damn. But there's something weird about it. I can't put my finger about. It can't just be that.
Why on earth would you buckle now? Well, there's no point trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done the same. I would have done anything to stop it coming out. Even collaborate in a murder. But the great lie about the execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished.
There's something. There's something not right. It's. Or either not right or maybe missing. This is just too sudden. I don't know.
Well, let's see what happens next. So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything. Surely, it goes without saying. You admit your part in it too, then? I admit nothing at all! It's possible to hide the truth with shock. Yeah, that's true. But there's something just missing about it. I don't know. There's something I can't put my finger on it. What? Have you forgotten that the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong. No! There's something weird about it. And why is he not... Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Zieks. Yes? I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course. Fine. Fine. I have heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court. Huh? This trial is not the proper forum in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber. The defendant is Professor Albert Hellbrain. Very true. It had slipped my mind.
Isn't he one of your closest friends?
As the court has heard, Mr. Scythe has admitted to allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt.
You mean...
At the present time, it is the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection? Ho, ho, ho. None, my lord.
Hello, baby Uhtred. Welcome back, and brother. What did you do, bro? Oh, you pee-peed, baby. Good boy. Good boy. Good baby boy. Good baby potato brain. So cute.
He looks so proud of himself. He's like,
I peed, mama. I peed outside.
oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. You've proven Professor Hairbrain's innocence. Boom. Without further ado then, the adjudication. Time for it. Nah, Uhtred's kinda overweight. He's like 18 kilograms. He's overweight. It's been difficult to have him go on an exercise because it's been raining almost every day.
No, he is on a diet. Somewhat healthy.
Unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss.
Good boy. Good boy, baby.
I don't know, this doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Scythe suddenly admit to it like that?
Yep, the dog is fat. I need to make him lose weight.
My work schedule doesn't help since I teach in the morning and night. And the afternoon, if it's not raining, it's way too hot for dogs to walk. So their paws could get, hurt. And then if it's not sunny, it's raining as hell. I tried to play with him here in the room. But the room is just not big enough for him to really get into play mode and all. So Is everything alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will definitely deliver a verdict of not guilty. But is that really what he wants? What we want? What the defense should be pushing for now is, I guess, further testimony.
Objection!
Igari! The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord. I beg your pardon? We demand one final testimony. Dong. Dong. What? You don't realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume. What are you planning now, my Nikonese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that. Mr. Naruhodo, what exactly are you thinking? The truth, the whole truth, and a way to bring it all out into the open. Right! Dotto. Yes, in hindsight. Ah, yes, one word of warning before I go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of a doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter whatever may come to pass. Wise words from the great detective. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. Yes. I'm here in court to advocate for my client and to secure an acquittal. Obviously. But that's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court. Is Sholmes from England in-game? Yeah, that's right. So, they can't say... They can't say the actual name because of copyright for the... Sherlock Holmes franchise. So, to bypass that, they just changed the name to Sherlock Sholmes. Yeah. But that's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court. To pursue the whole truth of the case until every last detail is laid bare. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Scythe. Testimony from me? About what? Yeah, they just switched the letters. About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber. Huh. In case it escapes your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. So stop wasting everybody's time. As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point protecting this business further with another tedious cross-examination. Oh, sorry, protracting. I meant protract.
Objection!
Pray forgive my careless handling of that hallowed bottle. I slipped. That's what you call it? What is your objection, Lord Van Zieks? The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Don't be stupid. If there is more to this case than has yet to come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end. You what? Lord Van Zeeks?
Oh, their Bluetooth telepathy has worked.
This is most irregular, to say the least.
Hi, Latin cuckoo.
However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will upload the...
Why am I saying wrong words?
Uphold, not upload, Anzu. Uphold the request. Dr. Scythe, you will testify for the court, explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Dreba. Ho, ho, ho. Very well.
Oh my, she has closets in her skeletons. The waxwork plot.
Let's upload the testimony. I have... God damn it! It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside the jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it.
Aha,
So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specially designed for the deception. So it seems. And all meticulously prepared. You did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy.
so kind of you to say.
And what about this autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of the body as being in the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage.
That's all? That's a terrible corruption.
Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you.
Sketchy, sketchy.
We must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for a cross-examination, I would say. No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Just look at that expression on Dr. Scythe's face.
Get your face out of my face.
It's the defense right to cross-examination any witness following testimony. What is it about you Japanese that make you all so doggedly, persistently? Very well. If you so desire, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Ho, ho, ho.
Yes, my lord. My lord. My lady. Malaria.
The waxwork blot. Just look at her face, Judge. She's hot. I ignored it. So nane? Well, I do think she could be really attractive if her hair was just not weird. But damn, she would be femme fatale type, you know? Okay. For this one, we don't really have a copy of the note, so I wouldn't say that we could really press much on that. She could just say whatever, I mean. Then the body is actually under the experimentation stage. Well, this one we uncovered it ourselves, so I don't think we need to press on that. So let's start with this one, the third statement. How was the body arranged?
Hold it!
Hold it.
When you say arranged, I presume you mean with this? Yes, the instructions in the engineer's note. The instructions in the engineer's note said something along the lines of fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Hairbrain alone could have killed Osmond. So you mean that was your doing? I fetched Hairbrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me alone to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen. Alone, Doctor. I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception.
Oh, really?
There was a void under the stage, where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down and slowly opened it up. Then I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest.
Yummy.
Yummy. And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death. Exactly. So the actual cause of death was the trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop. My word! What is it, Mr. Sato?
Something about Dr. Scythe's last statement is playing on my mind, that's all. Wait, Richard.
Yes, mine too. Dr. Scythe. There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony.
Oh?
Which part? What I want her to supplement her testimony. The real cause of death. Oh, wait. No, not that one.
Is it that one?
I accidentally pressed forward. Oh well. Let's see what we'll work with. Okay, let's add that.
I just kept pressing the button,
Hold it!
press.
You're quite sure of that? It was a result of a broken neck? Yes, as a professional that was more than apparent.
You never know just by looking at the photograph of the victim though, would you?
No, that's very true. Obviously not. Which is precisely why coroners are needed to determine the actual facts. Yes, assuming they can be trusted. Ooh, shade. Shade. Burn, shade. There's no point calling her assessment into question without evidence. Let's get back to the testimony. Very well.
No, I think we needed the other one. I feel like this is not that useful. Oh my god. Can we press this and choose the other one? Oh my god. I think I dug my grave.
Yeah, baby.
Skip. I am so terrible at this. Oh my god. Why did I do that?
You can choose another option. Oh, thank God. Okay. I don't even remember what the other option was.
I didn't even see it. I just kept pressing.
My God.
Dun, dun. Nice try. It's okay, baby. Oh, I want a screenshot of her doing that. Dong. Why, Bobby? You just came from the outside. Why are you murmuring now? It's okay. Yes, baby? Where's the mama? Yes? Huh? You wanna go out again? Nani, baby?
Let us call brother. Calling all brothers. Calling all brothers.
Okay. You know, if you think it would be appropriate, I'm sure you could ask Dr. Scythe to change the supplementary testimony she gave before.
There you go. Okay. Let's have her change it. Dr. Scythe, what you said before about what you did to the victim's body, I believe that may be significant, so could you change your supplementary statement to explain that instead?
Very well. Very well.
I stood over the victim's corpse where it lay in the toppled cage and plunged the screwdriver into the chest.
Mine.
Savage. So it was you who stabbed Asman with this? Yes. Far easier than dissection, I assure you. No precision required.
Well, what a welcome change.
The victim died instantly from a snapped neck. All I did was carry out the instructions I'd been given. As unflinchingly as ever, no doubt.
It's okay, baby.
I imagine you didn't bat an eyelid when you drove the weapon into his body.
Yeah, okay, it's a murder case. We're almost done, baby. I can feel it.
There is no need to bat my eyelids.
It's okay, Trey.
And what else did you do to twist the facts? Remind the court. Why don't you? If you wish.
Okay, hold on. I don't really remember. Was he really stabbed in the chest? Photographic print of the victim taken after he had ostensibly been beamed to the crucible. It shows an apparent stab wound to the chest. Well, technically he is stabbed in the chest area, isn't he? Wait a minute. Okay. I forgot what show. Was it CSI? I think it was CSI. Well, anyway, there was this crime show I used to watch before. In that case, there was like this person who was pronounced dead, and he was already in the morgue. And then the doctor was cutting him open, you know, like to do the autopsy. But then he started bleeding fresh blood upon incision. So it was explained that if that happens, it means the person is still alive. They're not actually dead. So, I mean, if you look at the photograph, if he died from the broken neck, he wouldn't be bleeding either so much or at all from being stabbed, is what I understand, right? And if he did get stabbed, if you look at the direction of the blood, I remember this from that episode, I think it was CSI. Look at this. If you stab someone this way, like downward,
then the splatter should be like upward, like pushum, right? So it should be splattered around. However, you have this really long drip here. So that means Asman would have been stabbed while he was upward position for this to drip down, right? Because if he's lying down flat, it would have either segue, based on how the ruffle and fold of your clothing would be, or it wouldn't have dripped down, right? So maybe he wasn't stabbed while the cage was down. He was stabbed already, like standing. Yeah, right? A stopped heart doesn't really pump out that much blood, for what I know as well. So for it to drip, that means he bled quite a lot, right? And yeah, the fact it dripped means he wasn't lying down when he was stabbed. He was upright. This lady is fucking with us. Oh god, this is YouTube. She's flirting with us.
Objection!
Okay, is this the correct statement? I didn't check. Oh no, it was the wrong statement. Okay. Chotto. Yeah, I was on the wrong statement. I think it should be this one. I was on the 5th, I think, like the next one. Yeah. Okay, let's do that again. So let's use this as the way to say it was wrong. I hope it's correct.
Objection!
There you go. I've got a nasty feeling. I got a feeling that this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth. What on earth is the matter, Kenzel? Have you lost your tongue? I apologize, my lord. Dr. Scythe, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point that seems to defy explanation. Out with it, my learned friend. Damn, Van Zeek just wants this over. He just wants to know what happened. There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph, which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death. The court has already examined the photograph in depth. There's nothing new we can learn from it.
Objection!
OBJECTION. Yes, we have already considered it. That's true. But we now know the facts to be different. What do you mean? I believe we should let the defense explain. Ho ho ho. Where's the photograph? Where in the photograph would we see the alleged inconsistency with the witness's statemento? This one, the blood, the drip. Right? This one. The injury. Alright, I have to press. Is this a button? It's blocked by my camera. Look closely at the blood stain on the victim's chest. It clearly extends in a downward direction towards the man's feet. And why is that significant, Counsel? Ho ho! If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected. Oh, of course! No, that's not what happened. Exactly, my lord. Dr. Scythe made it very clearly in her testimony just now that the point at which she stole Professor Harebrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the grand deception was set in motion, when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after the 30-foot drop. And if the victim had really been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position, the blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. There, see, I told you, right? If he was flat, it wouldn't drip. It would just, splash on the area around it. Ha ha! CSI has taught me. For it to have formed the longitudinal appearance we see in the picture, it's inconceivable.
Oh, she's shocked. Ah! Oh, I see, Professor.
Doctor, that is... Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downwards from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Asman, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Scythe, your latest testimony was a total fabrication.
My, doctor. Doctor.
I knew it. I was right. Now I've identified the contradiction, there's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under great misapprehension here. What? What sort of misapprehension?
Is that baby future?
Dr. Scythe. You claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. And you claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks.
Hi, baby future. Hi, baby. So today, ikitai ka na? You wanna go out? We'll call the enforcements, my baby.
But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie. Because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us, has only one possible answer. If that is the case, what is it, man? What is it, man? Young man, tell me all of the facts. I said, young man. What is wrong with the facts? I said, young man. Can we solve the murder? I need to buy a bottle of wine. Dun, 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 dun. Counsel, you've clearly stuck upon a revelation. Now tell the court what is it? Which part of Dr. Scythe's story is shown to be a lie by the contradiction in her testimony?
Alright.
Well, obviously, it's the stabbing of the victim. What else could it be?
Oh, it's not moving. There we go.
Bleh. The answer is very simple if you consider the sequence of events. When the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards as it did, we can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time. But as you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage.
Yes, baby. Let's wait for brother.
Yes, it would. Which tells us that the victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
Objection!
That's impossible! The man was dead, remember? No, that is the misapprehension. Naruhodo!
Hello, Celery. Welcome. What's happening? We're about to find out what is the truth behind the murder of a man. Yes. And welcome. Good evening from my side of the world. Hi. If you hear me saying baby or ultra, that's just my dog. My dog's like, I want to go out, Mom. I called brother to get you, baby. Just wait. No shot still alive? Yeah. It's evening here too. Nice. We're fellow eveningers.
When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. Kapow! Oh, so he got up? But Mr. Osman didn't die in the fall. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came around, he got to his feet to climb out of the cage.
It's the name of the case, The Return of the Departed Soul. Yeah, that's right. That's correct.
Just as Dr. Scythe appeared. If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything. Yabe.
Ah.
Mr. Audie Asman's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Harebrain.
No, don't say anything, Celery.
Oh, la, I can't hear you, I can't read you, I'm blind and deaf. Nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. He was you, Dr. Courtney Scythe.
It is possible to pass out from the shock?
Well, I'm going to guess that the bird cage, absorbed the shock. So, by the time the shock gets to the body, it's not as much. Because wood can be a shock absorber to a certain degree. So, I guess that's one possibility. Well, that's my guess, no? Yeah.
You won't say anything. Good. You're a good celery. Good celery. Pato, pato, pato. Hedo, pato. Good celery. Healthy celery.
Can this be possibly true?
Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him.
Oh my god.
Mole ka mole siya mole.
Yeah, it's near the end, my brother. Oh, for those who are new, that's my brother.
Hi, brother.
My actual brother.
Ah, yeah, looks like Lutra doesn't want to go out.
Alright, thanks bro for help.
Are you Japanese? Oh, no, I'm not Japanese, but I am able to speak. I actually,
I do teach Japanese IRL.
Yeah. はい。日本人ではなくて、日本語は話せますよ。はい。日本語の先生です。はいはいはい。フィリピン人です。はいはい。
So basically, I speak 3 languages. Well, 3.5. There's one that I'm not really fluent in, but I kind of understand. You sound like Japanese.
Oh, don't worry. I get mistaken a lot.
I did go to Japan for vacation before, and then I spoke to them in Japanese, and they spoke back, and I was like, at one point, I didn't understand anymore what they're saying. I ran out of Japanese, so I told them, I'm sorry, I'm a foreigner.
すみません、私は日本人ではじゃないです。外国人です。でも日本語が少しできますから、そのことをしました。でも今私の日本語は足りないから英語はいいですか？やべ。I told them like I know some Japanese but I ran out. It's not enough. So for now, can we be in English? Go ahead. Philippine? Yeah, I'm a Filipino. Yeah. So I know Filipino, Tagalog, and Japanese. Hi. So. We have the same time. Oh, where are you from? Oh wait, you're also Philippine. Oh, we're fellow Filipinos. Hi.
Hello, my fellow Pipino.
I have the power of apricot and anime on my side.
Oh my gosh. fellow Pipino, hello! Salutations! Magandang gabi sa'yo! Sana naman okay ka lang. Hindi ka ba naapektuhan dun sa baha? Sana naman hindi. Grabe talaga yung ulan kasi. Oh. So yeah, most of my audience that I garnered ever since I started streaming is international. So I usually stream in English, but sometimes I do have Filipino viewers, or out of nowhere I would just talk in Filipino and just translate it for everyone. Hindi naman. That's good. Mabuti naman. Same here. Safe. Dry and dry. Yes. So, ayun, isa akong Nihongo teacher dito sa Pinas. Sa isang school. Language school. Yeah. And yeah, my Japanese has an accent that is convincing enough. So I got mistaken for one. Doesn't help also with makeup. Well, with the way I put makeup and the structure of my face. I get mistaken to be Japanese. Yeah, it fits. You earn a new subscriber. Arigato! Ariga, thank you. Ariga, thanks. Maraming salamat. Yes. Spread the word of this Pipino apricot. I stream both here on YouTube and in Twitch. Yeah. Yes, it's le Asian jeans. Yeah. Asian jeans. Give me love. Alright. But it's really nice to know that I'm slowly being discovered by fellow Filipinos, because honestly, it's more difficult to be discovered by your fellow kind than foreigners. Like, let's face it, that's a thing, right? It's harder to be known locally than to be internationally known, in my opinion. So yeah. Alright. Okay, where are we? Alright, the two are arguing. Fellow kind. Yes. Fellow kind. I think when I started streaming, most of the people who knew me are from America and Europe. And then slowly, some of the Southeast Asian people and a few people from Japan find their way into my stream. And then over time, Filipinos had increased as well, which is nice. You hope that by admitting to being an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end. Oh, I get it. She tried to betray Drebber by pinning the murder on him, and she gets the lesser charge of being an accomplice. Naruhodo. Oh, Tarashihiko! It's been some time! Long time no see, how are you? Oho Yamato Tarashihiko ko ni Yoshihito no Mikoto. That name. Oh my god, I'll never get tired of that. Some Filipino dude just snitched on me and got me 30 days extra duty. Eh? What do you mean by that? Nani kore? Eh, what happening? What happened? What has thou done to be snitched on? Mommy.
Nani?
Before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder! Oh, do shut up!
Navy? Oh, really? Really? Wow. Interesting. Coincidentally, I'm a Navy.
I'm a Marine Reserve because I took the Philippine military training thingy, the one that you take in school. I don't know what you call it in other countries. They were sorting the students. The last person in front of me was the cut-off of the Air Force, so I ended up with the Marines. Yabe. Your voice fits the character. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Anzu's Navy. I reserve. I'm not like an official soldier or whatever. I don't want to be, but I took the Philippine, officer training thingy. It's optional, but so I took it because I preferred something more physical exercise rather than the alternative, which was community service. Because in my high school and grade school, we did community service throughout. So I kind of just wanted something different. So I decided to challenge myself in college. I took what we call ROTC. That's what we call it. So I got sorted into the Navy or the Marine side. I was cut off from the Air Force. the student in front of me was the last girl. They chose to join the Air Force part, and then the rest of us were Marine and Navy. I was like, oh, I suck at swimming. I can swim, but I suck. Lol. They snitched on me for pulling 8 chains at a time instead of 10. Ooh. I'm only 5'8", 135 pounds, so I'm pretty weak.
Ah, so that's what happened.
War apricot. I hope that it won't reach to that point. Nobody wants war. What part of the Philippines are you? I am from Luzon. Hi. I'm a northerner. No? I'm from Metro Manila area. Yeah, I'll go as far as that. Beyond that, I might get doxxed. So I'm from Metro Manila in Luzon. Hi. But I'm not affected by the floods. Delta Force, Anzunohako. My ship will be the size... No, it will be in the shape of a box. A Hako. NCR, yeah. National Capital Region. Yeah. Because that's where my parents are also from. So... Well, technically, my dad is from a province, but he kind of grew up in the city. Yeah, but his roots are from a certain province. My mom has been a city girl, so yeah. They met at work and got married, and here I am, along with my siblings. Shubariba. You're so desperate now. You're making all this up, as if I would do something like that.
Objection!
I assure you the defense is not desperate, Dr. Scythe. Mr. Naruhodo has established the facts using evidence and logic alone. Ha! Logic? Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it. What? What do you mean? I'd have thought it was obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Osmond? She has a point.
The voices are so good. Really? Oh, thank you so much. Hazukashi da na.
Specna's Anzu. Lol. Asman was involved in any number of criminal activities from coercion to theft to murder. But there is no known connection to Dr. Scythe.
Good point. What is the motive? Even I haven't figured that out yet.
I'd rather relieve to say those seem somewhat far-fetched. Ho, ho. True, there's no obvious motive. There's still something in the back of my mind. I'm sure I've seen something somewhere that hints at why the coroner might have done this.
Maybe something about what Mr. Cyborg said?
Well, could be.
That is true, but I can't... The patent thingy? But I don't think the patent was Drebber's or Dr. Scythe. What is it? Tell us that.
Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report. But murdering someone for no reason is a very different story.
Objection!
This would be hard for you to sort out if I'm not mistaken.
No, when you question what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Osman, something did come to mind. What?
NANI?
I don't know. Naruhodo, what is it? Tell me, I'm not sure. What is it, Council? Enlighten the court at once.
Tampered with the crime scene, that's punishable. Well, John, she's the one who dealt the death-defying blow. Basically, she's the one who murdered the dude. The dude didn't fall and just break his neck and died. She stabbed him. So, she's technically a murderer. We saw it yesterday.
Huh?
Something that seems strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at that time. Eh? There's a particular object that explained why Dr. Sith is Star Wars, would have wanted to kill Asman. Eh? Eh? I don't know if you investigated this before or after the break. Eh? Well, maybe... I can't recall anything. Hold on. Maybe we'll find something somewhere. NANI kana? Check the evidence. Oh, okay, you are right now. Mask? Sudden crossover. I don't know. I don't think it's the mask because the mask is from Madame Two spells, right? And the problem with that is the only person who knows the face of the professor. Oh, but then I don't. This one is a screwdriver that's just fashioned as the Eiffel Tower. You don't know anything about this case except for the ending. Ah, so. Ah, okay. What could it be? I'm not sure what it could be. I don't remember. No, we read this before. It was given to us as a theme. What are the options again? Wala. The screwdriver, scalpels, and iron mask. Okay, I'm not sure. However, this is the thing. I don't think the iron mask has something to do with Dr. Sai. Because she hadn't done really anything with the waxwork statue except to, being instructed to make it as like the body. The screwdriver is basically the weapon that she used to basically stab the man. So I don't know if there would be a motive through a screwdriver, because we learned that it's just harebrained screwdriver that looks like the Eiffel Tower just to be fancy. So if you eliminated all that is impossible, whatever is left is possible principle, I would go with scalpel. Because this is the only thing we've not seen at all. And, well, considering she is a forensic scientist, it's something she uses. Maybe we read something in the investigation part before and I just don't remember.
based on what TPG said. I think it was TPG who mentioned it. So maybe I did, I just don't remember. But at least I'm kind of confident it's not the iron mask or the screwdriver. I don't think it is. I think it's the scalpel. Let's try. It's a scalpel, or rather, scalpels.
Did you say scalpels? Ho ho.
GG, nice guess. Oh, is it correct? Because I mean, the other two just didn't make sense to me. So I was like, well, I'm sure it's not those, so maybe it's a scalpel. It would appear that word has struck a chord, Doctor.
You. Come on, out with it!
It was yesterday when we visited your laboratory. I do remember visiting the laboratory, but I don't remember the stuff we examined. Look at this big thick book here. Ah, it appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh, okay, I remember now. I remember the ledger. There was an account about scalpels, and it was a lot. You like his confident smile? Oh, what is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... Well, one entry seems strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. There! Yeah, I remember this. I read this when we were investigating. Yeah, it all clicks, right? Oh my, Doctor. You swindler, you.
500 scalpels a month? Ho!
At first I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's account.
Asman's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding. Tracing the money from the forensic investigation team's account to find out where it was going would be extremely straightforward.
Yeah, 500 a month, there's no way. There's no way they're exhausting the 500 scalpels a month. No way. Overused? More like overpurchased. They're buying a lot that's not really what they're using. So it's corruption, yeah. Exactly. 10 years ago, when Mr. Asman was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber, he may have well stumbled upon information as he was researching the story. Information relating to Dr. Sight's darkest secret that he would use to rack money from her for the next decade. You should be a voice actor. Yeah, I'm told that all the time. Well, I wanted to be, but you know, when I was a child, it wasn't such a thing yet in the Philippines and much of the world. So it was only much later on. I wish I would know where to audition for things or to send my maybe demo reels or something. But for now, I guess maybe someone will discover me on stream. Lol. But I do plan to make a demo reel, and I'm going to make it as a public video so that if ever, maybe someone would stumble upon it and just hire me. Lol. Who knows? Maybe I'll end up in a video game. Lol. That would be nice, though.
Her darkest secret? Good lord, you mean?
I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago, but clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Asman in the heart with all your might.
To silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever!
Oh my.
You'll never understand! None of you! What we've had to keep covered up all these long years.
Yeah, now break it down. Break it down. Courtney.
As very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb. The truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out. And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Scythe will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done and tell the court the truth about what happened.
Break it down.
10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness and your
Consternation? What?
consternation now. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for, to sever the hold that fates had over you all these years.
Come on, driver, break it down. Everybody dance now. Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. I mean, really. It's the adult-bred mock scientists that are the West, you know. They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. Oh, that's okay, Celery. I understand. It's just that this is the end of the case, so I didn't want to cut it off and stream maybe less than an hour next time just to finish it. I want to finish this case. Yeah. But if you do go to sleep though, good night. Oyasumi nasai. Celery-san. They go on and on about their wonderful hypotheses, their stupid eyes shining like a little child's. They make me sick. I can't abide their foolishness.
Careful, Mr. Drebber.
Yep, basically people who are not really qualified to be what they are or to get the position and role that they have end up striving, I guess. While this dude actually has talent and stuff. I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it?
So you admit it? You admit it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim?
Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge. Revenge?
Revenge for the future that Mr. Asman's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Asman, did it? Which is where that very particular waxwork comes in, you see? Ah, yes, I see. The condemned convict that you saw rising from the grave in Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago. If your account of those events were all true, then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had. So your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well, or on Dr. Scythe to be precise.
Beep, 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 beep. It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Asman turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye. About the coroner who handled that bogus autopsy being appointed head of a new forensic team. When I learned that news, my cognitive processes started to devise a plan. What a horrid tale. He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him for revenge, and have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I had to suffer.
Well, Scythe isn't really a fraud. It's more of she basically didn't do the right thing. And that one case about the professor 10 years ago was her biggest mistake. So because of that, she had to, in the present, do what she did. So it's a mistake she made that couldn't be shaken off. And the problem is, like, to give context, it's given throughout the beginning of the game that Britain is being posed as like the revolutionary nation about forensic science, inventions, or science in general. So they didn't want to get defaced or to humiliate the forensic team by admitting their fault of that mistake several years ago. It didn't help that it was a high-profile case of a murder that was like posted everywhere in the news. So she couldn't afford to have that secret spilled, because it's going to defraud and basically cast a huge shadow of a doubt regarding forensic science. So all these years she's been keeping that, and in the end she got blackmailed for it and became a murderer. So no win-win here. It's all loss. Yeah. Your actions against those who'd ruined your future were justified as revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly no one has the right to destroy another prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Did I? Professor Harebrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis. But you had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded a failure and a fraud. Uh-oh, you became what you hated. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this: your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man. He's ashamed. He's ashamed. He became what he hated. It's okay, child. I'm so proud of you, good baby. Continue sleeping. Good baby, Dogo.
Lord Van Ziegs, what of Dr. Scythe? An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted, and she's been remanded in custody, my lord. I presume she will face trial in the coming days along with Mr. Dreba. Ho. A most regrettable situation indeed. She's made great contributions to her profession over the years. It really is a hard truth to swallow. Ho, ho, ho. However, that is a topic for future occasions. For now, Professor Hairbrain.
Oh, yes? Oh, it's okay, John. No problem. We're just in time. We're about to be near the end, literally.
It seems there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light.
Hi, midnight to Pagu.
This has been a very long and prepared trial, but I'm pleased to say you are absolved of all guilt.
This whole experiment has taught me a very great but painful lesson. Me, this dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy. I've been selfish and self-centered, and above all, a fool.
Professor,
I've spent my life thinking of nothing but my research. Misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to, despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is, in the process I've caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I.
no, Professor, that's not true. Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Dreba. What happened was his doing and his alone. This outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way. Lord Van Zeeks. And the derision is with which he referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. The man has no idea.
For those who don't know, they're best buds. They're college buddies.
To believe in yourself and your work. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams. That's laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to deride another for such choices.
Oh. Thank you, Baroque.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yeah, my lord. It is this court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge of which he stands accused.
Yep, Zeeks is a real bro, definitely. He's a bro.
I presume there are no objections. Ho, ho, ho.
Down from me, my lord.
Certainly not.
This trial has really made me think, but this is the right decision. It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever. Was there? Is Donna safe? Is all over? I don't know what's become of the yard these days. I don't recognize the place.
Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant
Guilty! Whee! Confetti, confetti! Pachi, pachi, pachi!
本当にびっくりした。
Alright, my man Hairbrain is innocent, my boy. Innocento.
Court is adjourned. Ho, ho, ho.
Bonk. Victory
Is ours.
It's over.
That was some trial.
24th October, 4:53 p.m.
The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it? Oh, it is! It is! Congratulations, Professor Hairbrain!
Mr. Naruhodo, Mrs. Sato, I am truly beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough?
Oh, I'm just glad all's been cleared up. That you realized you were just caught up in a bad situation.
Right now, if I had that grant money, I'd give the whole to you, every penny.
Oh, well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so...
Alright, good night. For those who are going, hi. Oyasumi nasai. Minasan. Mata ne. See you next time if you are going to sleep ne. Hi. Arigato for surviving as long as you can.
We don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough.
Oh dear. Oh, what can I do? Aha! How about this? As a memento. The paper about my hypothesis is inside.
Oh, that's cute. It's so small. Look at that adorable chibi book. Well, just a memento then. Thank you. I've been wondering, Professor, what are you going to do now? You thought streaming is ending? Not yet. There's some after... not really after credits, but like fluff, which is also going to transition to our next case.
Oh my, yes, what am I going to do? My hypothesis and my great machine lie in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore the great exhibition whilst I'm here too, and see if new inspirations hit me.
Oh yes, that's a wonderful idea. I can't allow that.
Baroque.
Lord Van Zeeks, what are you doing here?
Baroque.
I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert.
Whoa, first name basis.
Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down on your prey.
Oh my god, I can't take you seriously. With his shaky action. Look at that. Wiggle. You're one of the few true friends I have. I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution or the defense.
Sorry? Or the defense? Did I just hear that right? I always knew that you had my best interests at heart, don't worry. How about you show me around while I'm here in town? It's been a long time since we left university. We have a lot of catch up to do.
Dotto. Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you.
What?
From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets.
But no! Hold on a minute, Baroque. What about the great exhibition? This is the chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look around.
No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea. I'm not exactly sure where Dover is, but if I remember right, it's like a station, a dock, a boat dock, pier, harbor. So, for those who are new, Baroque here, our prosecutor, it seems that whoever gets acquitted in court, basically found not guilty, well, while he's the prosecutor, or even if they are found guilty, there's a person who's been assassinating them. So considering the Hairbrain is his best friend, or one of his true friends, as he mentioned, he doesn't want Albert to die. Hairbrain. He doesn't want Hairbrain to die. So I'm guessing he wants him to leave as soon as possible to try and escape the quote-unquote curse that's been happening. That all of the people that he has been handling gets killed for some reason.
Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Baroque.
Lord Van Zieks? What's all this about?
A necessary precaution.
Yes, I think I understand. You do? Well, Iris told me that when you met Lord Van Zieks at his office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsume was doing. Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time and thinking it was nice of him to ask. The point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well. Even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as the prosecutor. Reaper is Van Zieks' nickname, so he's called that because of, well, the curse wherein there is a person killing anyone who ends up being in a case where Van Zieks is the prosecutor, whether they win or not. Naruhodo doesn't know any. You mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas?
Those in the Reaper's sights meet their end days, or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been the pattern up to now.
But of course, we know that both Mr. Natsume and Gina were completely innocent.
True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend.
Baroque!
Like the mustached Nipponese,
Natsume, the dude from the previous cases.
this man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once.
Right. Does your friendship package get any say in it? Goodness! Was this your intention all along then, Lord Van Zieks? In court, where people think of him as the Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless, and yet sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all. He's tsundere. That's it. He's tsundere.
It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being.
Yes. Oh, all right. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you so much for everything. Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you. Best wishes, Professor Hairbrain. Well, once the dust has settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now.
Now, my Nipponese friend.
Oh, yes. I thought he'd gone too.
We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time?
You want to talk with me?
I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes.
Hey? NANI? どうした? Well, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. NANI? The Enigma, Baroque Van Zieks. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes, then.
Nani kore? Nani sore? I thought this is all the end. Why are we so extending so much?
This is long. October 24, 4:58 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom.
Oh.
So, are you satisfied? You saved a guiltless scientist from a great injustice.
Yes, I think so. I'm relieved at least that the man's innocence could be proven.
Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese come from.
Well, actually, yeah, we've been kind of wondering. Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagine you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. But now I think differently. You clearly know our ways, so I would guess that some specific incident led you to your dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened, please?
The professor. I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest.
He took your brother's life.
Clint. My brother was Clint Van Zieks. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens, he was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be.
Susato-san's really taking it to heart.
He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then too, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan.
Oh! If it was 16 years ago, then one of them could have been my father.
Of course, I remember Dr. Mikotoba well.
I had no idea.
I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to the 3 visiting Nipponese.
So you've actually met my father.
He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made me a very great impression upon them. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even, just an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them, the last in fact before the case was finally resolved.
I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zieks. Truly.
Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway. So he wouldn't have made it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me personally though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. When I finally found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time.
In plain sight?
Oh no,
It was one of the Nipponese people. Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires. A new treaty was being forged, I think. Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions, which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our two nations could very well have ended up at war. What? A war between Britain and Japan? And that would mean... Oh my! You mean the professor was...
Oh my.
When the trial reached its conclusion earlier,
Oh my
I
god,
thought to
it's
myself,
voiced.
Yes, it's time.
Oh my god, it's voiced!
Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster.
Damn, I like his voice.
Why?
Oh, even then! Oh!
I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum.
Oh.
So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
Oh my god, this is so... It's giving me goosebumps. Nani kore?
Huh?
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind.
Damn, I'm not used to Naruto's voice. I didn't think his voice would be like that. It's not bad, it's just that it's so British. Well, then again, he's been in Britain for a while. Won't be surprised if he caught the accent.
That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before,
He's Japanese.
was Japanese.
Oh.
Wait a minute. That face.
Oh my gosh, she's so British as well. Wait, she knows him? Oh no! She knows him. Nani? Nani?
I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
It reminds me of the Professor Layton games. How British it is. It's a little, I guess, funny or weird because it's too British, I guess, in terms of like appearance, you know, like face value. But then again, who knows? Maybe they picked it up after staying in Britain for a while. It's just weird. It's so weird. Hey. Whoa! Hey. What's happening with him?
Father.
Oh my god, it's his dad? Okay, first things first. Second, it's your dad? Huh? Holy smokes.
What? Father?
Yabe. You never see it coming.
Kazuma! best friend, Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, finally his memories returned. As he stood there before me, Ryunosuke.
Oh my god, I like... I like Kazuma's voice.
Hello again. My friend.
Oh, that's so touching. That's so touching.
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba.
Oh, it's okay, Celery.
been
Hi, bye-bye.
A very long road.
Thank you for
Thank you.
subscribing and checking me out. 네? 고맙습니다.
Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
Oh,
It was an honor.
please hug.
I knew
Please.
you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma.
I owe you thanks, too, for taking good care of that in my absence.
Oh,
The sword. The family heirloom.
Karuma. Great blade of the Asogi clan. Passed down through the generations. When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. The Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword, and I've kept it with me ever since,
Yep.
along with my memories of the friendship we shared.
Oh, I mourned. I thought he was dead.
With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
Oh.
I've made it. At last. Father.
You've been waiting for me to see this moment since then? Oh my god.
Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time? I'm
Oh.
looking at it, but I still can't believe it.
Oh, this is the business he's talking about, isn't it? Because he talked about he had something to do in Britain. This must be it.
This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
Oh. Oh, so clean. Ah.
Kazuma-sama.
Ryunosuke, we have much to talk about, but now is not the time. I'll be seeing you.
Wait.
That's all Kazuma said. Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
Wait a second. Eh? Nani? Nani, Zudi? Nani?
So he's the living after image of the man who took my brother's life, is he?
Yes, Kazuma Asugi, my best friend.
3 months ago when Lord Strongheart introduced us, I had an inkling there was something there, some connection.
But why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Kazuma Lord Van Zeek's apprentice? And when he was suffering amnesia too?
The man was apprehended, even executed. But his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I thank you for meeting me as I asked.
At least he's courteous. What do you mean, no nothing none the munoy? What?
"10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me, it was the first time I'd ever seen him." Poor Sasato-san. All this is tied up with painful memories for her too. She's never talked about this with me before, though. It took time to adjust to having father around, but just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that the friend had left behind a son, a boy 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father, so he was studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you've worked out, that young man's name was Kazuma Asugi. So you see, that's how he and I met.
Oh, childhood friend.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time. As if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter, but in many, it was the start of a new one.
Oh, I like this. I like this quote. Hold on.
Screenshot. The end. Wow, that ending scene was nice. Wow. Damn. I'm just happy he's back. Ew, Kazuma-sama.
Let's put it here on the first save file. We win. No more game time to go home. Yep. Okay, double save. So that means on the next stream for this one, we're going to move on to the next case. All right. So we'll finally be able to move on to chapter 4. So that would be the second to the last case already for the second Great Ace Attorney game. So we're kind of near the end, right? So hopefully we'll finish it before the year ends. Oh my god. All right.
Okay. So thank you very much, Anzu. Thank you very much for passing by or staying in my stream today.
It was one hell of a whirlwind adventure. Oh my god, Kazuma-sama! Anyway, if you'd like to give me some support, please feel free to like this stream, video, whatever you would like to call it. And subscribe if you like. Hi, it's free. Kazuma-sama. Hi, I definitely was like, ooh. God damn it. That caught me. So, but yeah, thank you guys again. It's always fun to be with everyone. Alright. For those who don't know, my stream schedule for this incoming week is already accounted for. It's in the community tab. Too bad there's no pin function there. But it's also in my Twitter and Facebook page if you'd like to check it out also. It's all there. Alright. So if you know our outro, say it with me. If you don't, then listen well so we can say it together next time. Alright, you ready? And as always, katonk, I'll see you in the next package delivery. Bye bye. Kazuma-sama, Kazuma-sama, Kazuma-sama is back. Kazuma-sama, 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 Kazuma-sama.